We humbly request that free treasures lead us to true wisdom. We dedicate the merit of reciting the Dharani of the great compassionate white to Shakyamuni Butsu and celebrate his supreme enlightenment. May we fulfill the obligations to the four benefactors, benefit all living things throughout the three realms, and help all beings attain perfect wisdom. Oh, Buddha throughout space and time, all bodhisattvas, mahasattvas, the great Prajna Paramita. Namo Karatanno Torayaya Namo Aureya Boyokyacha Shakoraya Bojer Sato Boya Moko Sato Boya Moko Kyaruni Jaya Sahara Hai Shutano Om Shana Moshekere O Imo Oria Orio Kichi Shakarari Papa Namo Nora Kajakara Moko Hodo Shamya Sabo Oto Josho and Oshoi Sabo Sato Nomo Boya O Ate Joto Jitoa O Boyo Kiyo Yachikara Jihikiri Moko Fuji Sato Sabo Sabo Mora Mora Moke Mokeri Tori Kuryo Kuryo Kemo Toryo Toryo Ojaya Chimoko Kuryo Mora Kuryo Kuryo Keri Shara 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 Sorya Sorya Pajeya Pajeya Potoya Potoya Nechereya Mora Kinje Cheya Shanjana Moya Mona Samoko Shedoya Samoko Moko Shedoya Samoko Shedoya Kasha Paraya Samoko Mora Kinje Samoko Mora Mora Samoko Shera Samomagaya Samoko Samomaka Shedoya Samoko Chakara Ashedaya Samoko Kodomoya Shedaya Samoko Mora Kinje Hagyaraya Samoko Mahore Shingyaraya Samoko Namo Karatana Oraya Namo Oriya Oryo Keche Shekaraya Samoko Shidya Namo Tora Kodoya Samoko Nian ki shinze fuji shokan Jorai funzo daihien monbukai jinshu sushi johin bonni Ko honshi honso shikya jirai dayosho Kaisan neiji myoshi taishitsu onzenzu dayosho Kakayo jozo hien Jiho sanshi ishi shikoshi sambu samokosa Moko hoja horomi Namo karatan no Horaya ya namo oreya Oryo kichi shikoraya Oji sato boya Moko sato boya Moko kyayo nikaya and sahara Ai shotan no poncha namo Shikiri toki no oreya Oryo kichi shikoraya Koba namo mora kichi kiri Kobo hodo shami sabo Oto joshu ben oshuri Sabo sako no mo bonya Moha techo toji koe oporyo Kiro gachi yara Chiri kiri moko poji Sato sabo sabo mora mora Moki moki ritori Kuryo kuryo kemo toryo toryo Hojaya chi moko Hojaya chi tora tora Chiryen gashen paraya Sharo sharo momo amora Ochiri yoki yoki shino shino Ora sapara shari Haza haza kura shaya Kuryo kuryo mora kuryo kuryo Kiri sharo sharo Shara shara soryo soryo Fujiya fujiya Fudoya fudoya Nichiya mora kinchi Shira shoryeno Moya mono somoko Shidoya somoko Moko shidoya somoko Shido yuke sheporaya somoko Mora kinchi somoko Mora nora somoko Shida sumomoyaya somoko Sobomoko shidoya somoko Chakra oshidoya somoko Hodomoya shidoya somoko Mora kinchi hagyaraya somoko Mohore shingyaraya somoko Namo karata no torayaya Namo oriya boryo kecha Sheparaya samako shikego Modoya hodoya samako We humbly request the illumination and protection of all beings wise and holy. We have gathered together reverently before the spiritual beings of earth and sky and recited the Dharani of the Great Compassionate One. We humbly offer the merit as gained in praise of all beings, great and small, who bring peace and protection to this place of practice. May we have harmony in the Sangha, peace both inside and outside, and freedom from all hindrances in the way. And may all beings throughout the Dharma realm will attain complete and perfect wisdom. Oh, Buddha, shroud space and time. Oh, Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, the great Prajna Paramita. The Dharma incomparably profound and explicit as well met with even an hundreds of thousands of millions of kalpas. We are now permitted to hold it, see it, hear it, and accept it. May we awaken to that deep true mind of Tathagata. Today we are starting to read the translation of commentary to Vimalakirti Sutra on chapters 10 to 14 by Shodoharada Roshi. Chapter 10, the Buddha accumulation of fragrances. From today, we will be starting to chapter 10 of the Vimalakirti Sutra, the first brought by the emanated incarnation. We have already read the chapters in which one finds the essential teaching of the mystery of the non-dualistic. The important aspects have already been read together, so the difficult teachings are not found in the forthcoming sections. The way of the Vimalakirti Sutra is like an opera on a great stage with a deep and direct effect, not only in explanation in words, but a deepening of awareness as we encounter it. In this chapter, we have the whole universe as the scene of the opera. While many countries are involved, they are not only countries on this planet. Now we go beyond our awareness of just to our countries of our own planet. And there are those who are not only human in the sutra, a universe of beings who are drowning in greed, anger, and ignorance, and swimming in infinite wisdom. This world is as far away as there are sands in 42 Ganges rivers. There is a land called Shukokoku, and in Shukokoku, the country of Shuko. In Shuko, there is Koshaku Butsu. Soon, a being will be sent to receive a bowl of food from Koshaku Butsu that will easily feed all the myriad beings who fill Vimalakirti's room. At this point, Shariputra thought to himself, It is almost known. What will all these bodhisattvas eat? Shariputra was the disciple of the Buddha with superior wisdom and ability. The Vimalakirti Sutra is a great advertisement for the Mahayana. We are in the world of the Buddha's deep awakening. We are living not from a place of holding on to our own training, but working for all beings to realize their true deepest wisdom. People who live in the world cannot practice in the same way as ordained people. But to the Buddha, that there was no difference in their ability to awaken, to bring to lives one's awakening while being in a household is the way of Mahayana. While living in the world, in society, we can realize awakening. To realize this, we first bow and offer our life to all people. This is the way of the Bodhisattva, who practices not only for their personal awakening, but for the awakening of all beings. So, all the main disciples of the Buddha appear. Shariputra rarely ever gets a good role as an actor in these interactions with the Buddha. There is 84,000 bodhisattvas, and they are all standing up in Vimalakirti's sick room for a long, long time. Suddenly, Shariputra thought how they should all have chairs. They've been standing so long. As he thought about manifesting them, Vimalakirti said, "Did you all come here to visit or to have a chair?" And immediately Vimalakirti produced glorious chairs, 84,000 of them, and they are delivered from the heavenly realm to his tiny, tiny room in comparison, the size of poppy seed. This shows the hugeness of mind, going beyond any dualism, such as big and small. Where true wisdom goes, it is beyond any relative views. Now, a long time has passed, and Shariputra wonders whether everyone is becoming hungry. As this takes place in India, you can't eat even a minute after noon. You eat before noon, digest in the afternoon, so that in the evening, zazen can be done without the burden of digestion. In India, they only eat 1 or 2 meals a day before noon for this reason. People eat in the evening because we are less focused on meditative way of life. So Shariputra had realized all the bodhisattvas must be fed before noon. And the quotation from Sutra is, then Vimalakirti, knowing his thoughts, said, the Buddha had explained the 8 emancipations. You, sir, have accepted them as your practice. How can you mix up the desire for food and listening to the Dharma? If you wish to eat, then just wait a moment. I will provide you with an unprecedented meal. Vimalakirti caught telegraphically what it was that Shariputra was thinking about. That it was time to feed everybody, and reprimanded him for not paying attention to the teachings of the 8 liberations by the Buddha. We all are hearing about the 8 liberations and how to be not suffering no matter what you are surrounded by, how to be not moved around by any of it. Here, we are with the Buddha giving a teaching simultaneously with all the 84,000 being at the place of Vimalakirti. And suddenly, food becomes an issue. The Bodhisattvas have all come to visit Vimalakirti, and the Buddha's teaching of the 8 liberations is happening right in front of them. This teaching is truly the mysterious word of the not to be suffering and at the same time to not be moved around by that suffering whatsoever. To be in the middle of things and not be moved around by them is the point of the 8 ways of liberation. First of all, to realize that our bodies are impure. We have mucus in our nose, we have drool in our mouth, we have goop in our eyes, and our skin is flaking off and our hair is falling out. In order for the body to live, it has to discharge endless by products, and we are not pure in the letting go of those. Also, we are greedy, desirous beings. We think there is so much in the world that we want to have and keep, but it's all only transient phenomena. We desire so many things, but there is nothing that can truly satisfy us. So no matter what comes forth, to not be moved around by it. Humans always want something. Something delicious, something beautiful, some fame, some money. All these things can move us around. People will use our desires for all of these things to have us do what they want. Instead, actualize completely the mind that is not moved around and manipulated by any of that. These are all ways of liberation. All of it, every single bit of it is phenomena. There is nothing but phenomena. But we are deluded by it, and so we have to look closely at our delusion of how we think that there is something other than phenomena. Due to our memory and our past experiences, we think, I want this, we must to have that. In that moment, it all appears so important. We remember things and think that because of that memory, we must have something. We have to realize that all of this is only confusion. Now that there is nothing that can be possessed, there's nothing that can be possibly called our own. Even do not think about not thinking of any of this. Finally, seeing that we are constantly moved around by things and knowing that, do not be moved around by or deceived by any of phenomena whatsoever. Then the Vimalakirti, knowing his thoughts, said, the Buddha has explained the 8 emancipations. You, sir, have accepted them as your practice. How can you mix up the desire for food and listening to the Dharma? If you wish to eat, then just wait a moment. I will provide you with an unprecedented meal. Vimalakirti is saying to Shariputra to be very midst of all of these phenomena and not be moved around by any of its exactly what is the Buddha's teaching. Just wait a minute and I will bring for you such food to partake of that you have never experienced before. And then the Vimalakirti entered into Samadhi, using his powers of numinous penetration. manifested to the great congregations that in the upper direction past Buddha lands are numerous as the sands of 42 Ganges rivers. There was a country called Host of Fragrances, with a Buddha named Accumulation of Fragrances, who currently exist in that world. In comparison with the word systems of the other Buddhas throughout the 10 directions, the fragrances experienced by the humans and gods of the country are supreme. In that land, the names Shravaka and Pratyeka Buddha do not exist. There is only the great congregation of pure bodhisattvas from whom the Buddha explains the Dharma. In the world, all the buildings are made of fragrances. In doing walking meditation on that fragrant earth, the gardens are all fragrant. The fragrance of the food there circulates throughout the immeasurable worlds in the 10 directions. At that time, the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas were just sitting together to eat. The gods in attendance in Vimalakirti's assembly all exclaimed at the ornament of fragrance, and they all generated the intention to achieve Anura Samyak Sambodhai, making offerings to the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas. At that time, Vimalakirti asked the congregation of Bodhisattvas, "Sirs, who is able to go get food from the Buddha?" Through the influence of Manjushri's awesome luminous power, they all remained silent. The commentary. All of the disciples were those who had turned down the request by Manjushri to go and visit Vimalakirti in first place. Even the top 10 disciples. However, when they heard that Manjushri and Vimalakirti were going to meet, they felt they couldn't miss this and came along. And so, along with 84,000 bodhisattvas, they all felt that they had to keep behind Manjushri and his visit to Vimalakirti. Vimalakirti said, "Sir, are you not ashamed for this great congregation?" And Manjushri said, "As the Buddha has said, one should not belittle those of no learning." At this, Vimalakirti, without rising from his seat, created by transformation a bodhisattva whose characteristics and marks were radiantly bright, whose glorious presence was particularly excellent, surpassing all in the assembly. Then the Lichavi Vimalakirti, without rings from his coach, magically emanated an incarnation bodhisattva. Vimalakirti announced to him, "Go to the world in the upper direction where separated from here by Buddha lands are numerous as the sands of 42 Ganges rivers. There is a crown tree named Host of Fragrances. The Buddha named Accumulation of Fragrances is just sitting down to eat with the bodhisattvas. Go there and say, as I told you." Vimalakirti bows his head to the feet of the world-honored one, and with great respect he inquires immeasurable times as to whether you might have some slight illness, some slight vexation, and whether your energies are at peace. He wishes to obtain the leftovers of the world-honored one's meal, which would be given to accomplish the Buddha's work in the Saha world. It will cause those who delight in inferior dharmas to disseminate the great path, and it will also cause the Tathagata reputation to be universally known. In that way, the emanation Bodhisattva followed Vimalakirti's instruction and went to the place of Koshu Buddha. All of them could see the emanation as if they were right there with him. The shining emanation arrived and people of the Shuko country were astonished. Then Bodhisattva ascended to the upper direction in front of the assembly. The entire congregation saw him arrive at the host of fragrances word and worship at the Buddha's feet. They also heard him say, Vimalakirti bows his head to the feet of the word honored one, and with great respect he inquires immeasurable times as to whether you might have some slight illness, some slight vexation, and whether your energies are at peace. He wishes to obtain the leftovers of the word honors one meal, which would be given to accomplish the Buddha's work in the Saha world. It will cause those who delight in inferior dharmas to disseminate the great path, and it will also cause the Tathagata reputation to be universally known. When the great beings there saw the conjured bodhisattva, they exclaimed that it was unprecedented. Where has this superior person come from? Where is the Saha word? What does he mean? Those who delight in inferior dharmas. So did they question the Buddha, and that Buddha said, in the lower direction separated from here by Buddha lands are numerous as the sands of 42 Ganges rivers. It is a word named Saha. The Buddha there is named Shakyamuni, who exists at present in an evil age of the 5 corruptions. If we have these 5 corruptions, everything becomes murky. This very era becomes murky. People who are alive in this universe become murky. Their desires, which were already attachments, became even more murky and complex. People are only guided by ideas of material things that they think they want. There's no radiance anywhere. Thinking that money can buy us anything. Worshipping bankers and doctors and divorce lawyers. This is the way of the Saha lives. As we actually see what is described is today as well as then. This is what Koshoku Butsu tells his bodhisattvas. He extensively disseminates the teaching of the path in order to enlighten those who delight in inferior dharmas. One of his bodhisattvas is named Vimalakirti, who resides in the inconceivable emancipation and explains the dharma for the bodhisattvas. Therefore, he has sent this conjured bodhisattva here to praise my name and extol this land, so that those bodhisattvas will increase their merit. The bodhisattvas there said, how was he able to create this conjured bodhisattva? How great are his powers of merit, fearlessness, and the basis of numinous power? The Buddha said, Vimalakirti's powers are extremely great. He sends transformations to all the 10 directions, where they carry out the Buddha's work and benefit sentient beings. The Bodhisattvas explain how great must the Bodhisattva be if this magical incarnation is thus endowed with supernatural powers, strength, and fearlessness. Then, after that, the splendid Vimalakirti teaching of the Buddha's way, they all wanted to see him having met his emanation. The mysterious way of non-dual takes us beyond our usual dualistic ways of thinking to where we experience that we are this entire universe. Vimalakirti teaches that our mind is like a mirror, but so easily lost in thinking that we are phenomena of this world. We are always perceiving, and it is from attachment to this that we must be liberated. Know that there is an inconceivable world which is our true nature, from where all of this is being taught. To realize our huge, great wisdom, to not hold on to anything at all, our extraneous thoughts that are like clouds in the sky, with no form and nothing that is real to them. We've only gathered these clouds from deepening and narrowing mental idea of world, unable to even imagine our huge original wisdom. Do not hold on to anything. This is our original mind. All of the sadness and the misery and the pain is only phenomena. Realize this directly, and then we can see that we are not stuck into this idea of misery, nor are we especially fortunate to see the whole picture of it and not get caught on a partial view. See clearly how all phenomena are phantoms. These are emanations which Vimalakirti is presenting and then erasing. We were so soaked in the delusion of birth and death, but our life is nothing so special. There is no mind, and there is no matter that is appearing and then giving away. Our true nature, which has never become, will never be destroyed. Then accumulation of fragrances, Tathagata gave his bowl with its host of fragrances and filled with fragrant food to the conjured bodhisattva. The 9 million bodhisattvas there then all spoke in unison. We wish to proceed to the Saha world to make offerings to Shakyamuni Buddha. We also wish to see Vimalakirti and the other bodhisattva congregations. Shariputra had worried about it being time to eat for 84,000 bodhisattvas gathered in Vimalakirti's very small room. His thoughts about material things were perceived by Vimalakirti, and he was told to stop worrying about so many things material. Instead, listen to Vimalakirti's Dharma talk, which was why everyone was there. He was hesitated for his concern about the meal and was told to wait. There will be a great fast that would arrive. Now, Ashoka Buddha filled the bowl filled high with high quality fragrant food, and at the moment, all of the 90 million bodhisattvas said they wanted to go with that food to the land of Saha and see all of those ignorant people. They couldn't imagine it. They wanted to see all of it and meet Shakyamuni, the great Buddha, and witness his infinite awareness and ability to guide the people of this deluded world. All of this is different from those of us who are caught on a million small-minded moments. It seems impossible, inconceivable, and that being shown to us. Buddha's awakening, if it is not to be explained conceptually, is emptiness or void. Our tiny eye of only a few millimeters can nevertheless receive inconceivably huge galaxies. Our wisdom is able to go faster than the speed of light, reaching the other side of the universe, but only if we are empty, in a state of mind of absolute clarity, where those ideas that we can do this or can't do that, or must do this, or it is impossible, all such ideas we must let go. Our mind changes in every instant. It is truly does not stagnate. If we can realize this, we are not caught on an idea of something and we can know the deepest wisdom. Don't hold on to thoughts of, I couldn't possibly do that, that's impossible for me, who can do something like that. Throw all of those away. Throw all of those thoughts away and find the space of infinite size and wisdom. In this tiny room of Vimalakirti, a mere 3 meters square, sat 84,000 bodhisattvas, each comfortable in a splendid chair. We have to let go of all of our preconceived ideas because we can't let go of it, or we think it sounds like we are bragging if we do. We are not able to experience our truly abundant lives. The Buddha said, you may go. However, withdraw the fragrance of your bodies so as not to cause the sentient beings there to generate thoughts of deluded attachment. Also, you should forsake your original form so as not to cause those seeking to become bodhisattvas in the country to be ashamed of themselves. In addition, you must not harbor feelings of belittlement or thoughts of the hindrances present in that world. Why? The countries of the 10 directions are all like space, devoid of fixed reality. Furthermore, you should realize that the Buddhas do not completely manifest their pure land solely in order to convert those who delight in inferior dharmas. Kashoku Butsu and contempt them. Yes, you all of you, please go. You should all experience this. You all only know the Shuko country's excellent fragrance. But beware, people of the Saha world, they will smell your excellent fragrance and they will feel impoverished, as if they are missing something and jealous of it. So you have to all turn off your fine fragrances. Then, by means of the Buddha's awesome, luminous penetrations and Vimalakirti's powers, the conjured bodhisattva took the bowl of food and accompanied by those 9 million bodhisattvas suddenly disappeared from the world. In an instant, they arrived at Vimalakirti's house. Why in this wide, expansive universe is there something, a land like this? It is because each world has its own very individual version of phenomena. All of the phenomena is any of the worlds is only transient and temporary scenery. The Saha world is only currently ugly and pitiful. They are choosing to live this way for a while. It is not that Shuko country is good and that land is terrible. That is only comparing temporary appearances and labeling them. That land has its own value. People there are making great efforts. It cannot be compared with here. You can't confuse people there nor discriminate against them. To see through this and discover a world you have never imagined before, to increase your experience of truth you haven't ever before encountered. If you can do it in this way, then I encourage you to go. Then the incarnation Bodhisattva gave the vessel full of food to Vimalakirti, and the fragrance of that food permeated the entire great city of Vasali, and its sweet perfume spread throughout 100 universes. That food they had brought from Kashopu Buddha, it permeated all of these words with the great fragrance. Today's imagination cannot get to those huge numbers easily, but it is not about mentally knowing about specific sizes of various words. Rather, it's about becoming them through our capability of becoming empty and void. Brahmins and householders, having noticed these fragments, were amazed and filled with wonder. They were so cleansed in body and mind that they came at once to the house of Vimalakirti. Seeing there the Bodhisattvas seated on the high, wide, and beautiful lion thrones, they were filled with admiration and great joy. They bowed down to those great disciples of the Bodhisattva and then sat down to one side. And the gods of the earth and the gods of the desire world and the gods of the material world, attracted by the perfume, also came to the household of Vimalakirti. All of the disciples that had come from Shurko country and the 84,000 bodhisattvas that were already there, along with all the people who came to see and smell this wonderful fragrance, they all fit in the sick room. But this room could hold each and every one of them because it was Vimalakirti's mind. Then Vimalakirti said to Shariputra and the other great Shravakas, "Sirs, you may eat the Tathagata's food of the flavor of sweet dew, which is perfumed with the limitless intention of great compassion and which will not be diminished by its consumption. Here is this food, but it's not your usual kind of food. It can only be received in its best fragrance and taste if your mind is empty completely. If you are only held in this shallow state of mind, then you can't digest it. In this way, it is being said about how it must be received because it's not our regular mind that is being discussed here. This is Vimalakirti's very deepest pulse." Another Shravaka wondered, "There is not much of this food, yet everyone in the great assembly is supposed to eat." The conjoined Bodhisattva said, "Do not measure the limitless blessings and sagacity of the Tathagata with the small merit and small wisdom of Shravaka. Even were the 4 seas to dry up, this food will not be exhausted. Even if everyone ate as much as Sumeru for an entire kalpa, we would never be able to exhaust it. Why? That which is left over from the meal of someone who is fully possessed the merits of morality, meditation, wisdom, sagacity, and emancipation, and the vision and hearing of emancipation can never be exhausted. Some of them, even though that there might not be enough food, but he told them this is special rice. How can it be possibly exhausted? Of course, you can feed everyone here." They had thought that it might not end were worried, but you cannot think of this with the concept of a lot or a little, or is there enough or there isn't enough. This is a very special and unique food. If we eat this food, we awaken. We develop our deep, clear mind. We develop this deeply mind, it's not moved around by anything whatsoever. When we can realize that there is nothing that can ever obstruct our mind. And for this reason, this food can never be exhausted. The quality of it is such that it can never be depleted. And as they ate, there was plenty for everyone. The food in just one bowl brought from Shakyamuni land fed every person there, yet never decreased a single bit. In Tolstoy, it is spoken of about the five loaves and the two fish at the Last Supper. It's called a miracle, he said, but in fact, when it was offered to Christ, he said, no, he passed it on to Peter. And each one refused and passed it to the next one. All of them passing it on, so it never decreased a bit. Back to the very beginning with the same number of fish and loaves. This is not a miracle. This is from great love. This is a bread and fishes of love, never to be exhausted. It has infinite functioning. Whoever eats it feels light and full of energy. And also it invigorates everyone and brings forth from them to this sweet, high quality fragrance as well. This is because they are not thinking of their small selves and their own satisfaction, but are filled with thoughts of others without any egoistic stench in their thinking or their state of mind. And in this way, there was no longer any mindset on material phenomena, only one giving life to all things. Our zazen is the same. It's not about our individual physical state and how we personally feel. Zazen is about becoming one with 7.5 billion others. We let go of our small selves and become the universe size of state of mind and forget all of our personal discomfort. Zazen is not to be a struggle or a fight with ourselves, but to let go of all our personal concerns and become all beings. And this is the true Zazen. And this is why one bowl of food from Shakya country could feed everyone. If one person sits Zazen with this huge abundant mind, the size of the universe, then it will be impossible to attack and dislike others from this state of mind. But our compassion widens infinitely in a whole world when we do and completely give ourselves to our Zazen, not making it restricted feeling Zazen, but to sit with our mind full and bright and abundant. But we all think thoughts such as, this is my body or this is my thoughts. We have to more and more be liberated from that narrow way of functioning, to be open our mind beyond the idea of being this body or these thoughts, to where we can experience our Zazen in its own joyful truth. And that moving is Zazen, sitting is Zazen. All of the various activities of the entire 24-hour day are our Zazen. Sitting is only one form of expression of it, so we sit. But for 24 hours a day to live with no small self, no egoistic filter becoming into our own mind. This is truth of Zazen. Vimalakirti took excellent fragrant food, which had been brought back from Shuko country, and with it in 84,000 bodhisattvas, all the visiting 90 million bodhisattvas, as well as all of those that were gathered there at the chakras, brahmas, lokopalas, and other living beings took the food. And they all wanted to know after they had that food, how was the teaching done from the country of Shuko in daily life. And then, in this way, it was described how it was done with fragrances. The Buddha there doesn't teach with words. At the foot of the fragrant tree we see, and with just the fragrance emanation from the tree, we are filled to overflowing with deep wisdom. This is a very high level of teaching. There is no verbal teaching. So what is it about it which is so splendid? Is it the teaching that is so splendid, or is it is taught only by emancipation? Or is that fragrance that is so splendid? Or is it that excellence of the wisdom of the students who are learning by just having a fragrance? Sentient beings are numberless. I vow to liberate them. Desires are inexhaustible. I vow to put an end to them. The dharmas are boundless. I vow to master them. The Buddha's way is unsurpassable. I vow to become it. Now 5 minutes of break to use restroom, and we will start the Zazen lectures.
So maybe let's start with maybe short exercise, and because I think they'll need some air. I'm sure it will look like. And maybe you can also air this room when you come back here to have more fresh air. So maybe we can meet outside after this 5 minutes. Okay? We'll do some exercises outside for about 5-10 minutes, and we'll be here back in about 15 minutes, but all together. Okay, welcome on the introduction to Zazen. As I understand, the goal of this block in our program is to give ourselves some kind of knowledge, some kind of frame that can help us to use this time in the most beneficial way. And it's maybe some basics about Zen, and also probably also some people are interested how I practice. So it will be in many ways very personal perspective on my approach to the practice. Uh, so please be careful. Not everything I'm saying is the right thing. It's just my understanding how far it can go. But I would like to do it in like a workshop style, like a seminar. So if you have any questions or you think that you want to add something very important, just please jump in and we can make it more interactive. And I would like to ask you, I'll ask you a question in a moment. I'll ask you a question, what are the areas you are interested in? And do you have any, something that you are interested in, something that would be helpful here for you to go through this retreat? So I will ask you, but maybe before doing this, I'll tell you about two things. One thing, I will tell you about my background and what's my experience and what I can offer here. And the second thing, I would like to tell more or less the idea I had, what I can talk about here, but it doesn't mean that it is something I will have to talk about here. I think I would like to be more responsive to the current needs. But just it can be an example of what we can do here with this time. So, and after this, I will ask you what are your expectations, needs, what would be interesting to discuss for you. And very often, maybe there's something I don't know, but we also can use the wisdom of the group. There's a lot of experienced people here, so I'm sure we will find some answers to some topics that we may be interested in. Myself, uh, um, so my path was very long to Zen and complicated because I started with some kind of belief that mathematics is the language that can describe the world. And so, as you see, it's very far from Zen. My mother was a mathematician, and later I decided to study computer science, and I was the most interested, and it was my faculty to do machine learning, decision super systems, and artificial intelligence. Later, I worked in Polish Academy of Science in Institute of Biocybernetics, and there are some manufactured devices to do eye movements tracking, and we work with some projects, international projects, where we try to monitor whether pilots are present when flying the plane. Because the research was that many accidents had happened because actually pilots were on autopilot. They were kind of, their bodies were present in the cockpit, but they were thinking about something else because flying long distances is very boring. So it's somehow very similar to Arizona in many ways. But I found out that something is missing in my life, and I decided to start study psychology. And when I touched the psychology, I discovered, wow, it's something alive is arising, something very interesting. So I wanted to go deeper, and I started practicing yoga, which was very important for me because before that, I was a typical computer guy, which had very foreign relationship with my body. Actually, I was avoiding my body, and I wanted to change that, and that's why I decided to practice yoga. And yoga is very influential in my life, and that's how I met Genyo Jurek Eguski. And Genyo actually introduced me to Zen practice. But before that, when with psychology, my greatest interest at the time was psychoanalysis. So I decided to train as psychotherapist in psychoanalysis, and I had some patients. I worked as a psychotherapist for a couple of years. Also worked in hospitals and did many things. Last couple of years, I spent traveling between different Zen monasteries in the United States, and I visited maybe, I don't know, 25 different places of practice in the US and Poland, and maybe I did some retreats with at least 10 different groups. Yeah, been a resident maybe, I don't know, 6 or 7 places. So if you have any questions about some kind of differences, overviews, I have some kind of overview on different flavors of practice and some kind of thoughts about it. So it can be also a topic of our conversations here. I also wanted to use this kind of example of my life, kind of example how our practice is about kind of being lost. Yeah, I had this belief that mathematics is the thing that will solve all my problems, and I can, finding the right equations, solving, optimizing things, I can make myself happy. Later on, I jump on the computer because computer is the device that you can very quickly process this data. So yeah, I will be like a god. That was at least my thought. And so I was in some kind of delusions that later the psychoanalysis was like like a grail, like a holy grail, that I thought, oh, the psychoanalysis will give me the ultimate happiness, ultimate knowledge. I will solve all my problems with psychoanalysis. Yeah. Now I have more or less this type of expectations towards Zen. I have the idea what will be in 10 years. But it shows me that, oh, yeah, I really was confused when I look back. And I'm sure I'm confused right now too. So, but on the other hand, I see that it was very beneficial to have these delusions because they kept me going and it kept me going to another step. So, and it was also very beneficial just being critical and something I really valued very much was something that Sagan said today that the most important is my own experience and just checking things with my own experience. So for me, this is the key of Trinity Buddhism, and Zen is one of the branches of Buddhism. So it's not that someone tells me how I should feel, no one tells me what I should think, but Buddhist teachers I met, they told me, check yourself. If I give you the answer, you wouldn't be happy. You have to find the answer yourself. And that's something I find very, very beautiful in Buddhism and Zen itself. So I was thinking about covering some kind of basics during these meetings, and I wanted to start with the body and a sitting position, and I would like to share my yoga insights I got and many hours on the cushion and the chair and dealing with different problems. I hurt my knees. I hope I learned a lot from that. And kind of my mission is to help other people to prevent this type of damage, which I did myself and I wasn't aware of it. Also, the body is something very important in the Zen practice and Buddhist practice because body is some type of gateway. It's a gateway from the realm of abstraction, virtual thoughts, gateway to the reality. So in this practice, we try to be very much embodied. So whatever we do, we are in the body. That's the idea. It's even it's Rinzai Zen is very much like samurai. So it's like you are going fast because when you're fast and 100%, you're just embodied. It's actually the only thing that in some way is real, this experience, because we can learn the world only through senses. However, it's not completely true, but let's assume that for now. So this Zen process is something like turning ourselves inside out, and body is a vehicle for that, although it may sound a little bit weird for now. So after this, I was thinking about maybe sharing my practice with the space and working with the space for the process that's happening. And very often it's like a physical space, like this room right now, and different elements in this rooms like altars and what's their function, my understanding what is the function of these elements. Because I've been traveling a lot and I move a lot from the place to place, and very often I have to rebuild a practice space. So I put a lot of effort into building monasteries from scratch in some way. It's a big word, monastery, but building a practice space, building a space that helps with the process. And this was the second thing I was thinking to talk about, The third thing is some typical basics in any Buddhist teachings, like we can revise like Four Noble Truths and Eightfold Path. Eightfold Path contains precepts, some kind of other types of space container for the process. That's a little farther even than the room you are sitting in, the space we are moving in. Yeah. Check on time. So maybe I'll stop here and just ask you questions. What is your interest? What would you like to hear? And what's maybe your personal practice right now about it? Usually we have some kind of topics we are a little more interested in other topics.
One of the things that I'm trying to explore lately, and it was raised in various conversations with my students and my friends who practice, so Dharma friends. I guess it's natural for all the humans, but the situation we are in now in Ukraine, the word uncertainty, it becomes like the main thing that covers everything. And even people who are not directly, we sound weird, like we all affected, but not directly maybe by violence, maybe even if they're pretty okay economically or whatever, someone might think that everything's fine in their world. This feeling of uncertainty, it's so deep, so that people feel paralyzed, and it's like they cannot answer a simple question like, what's wrong? Because nothing exactly happened to them yesterday or today, but also they don't feel like they belong to themselves, like their life belongs to them. So I'm aware of the anicca and impermanence concept, but if we could shortly discuss maybe some simple approach to practicing something that gives a glimpse of dealing with this phenomenon would be good. Because I guess I'll be talking about it again and again, following time, and I feel like I need to find simpler tools that I can suggest to people who are not deep in practice for years, who are just beginners, but something that they can already start because it's a huge issue.
I understand there's some type of fear behind it.
Yeah, it's like people manifest it differently, and it manifests differently for them. Like someone has anxiety, someone has apathy, someone has ruminative thoughts, but they use the same word, uncertainty. So it's great that they can conceptualize it and say that it's because it's the worst thing, not the economical, not the physical risk, but not knowing when the world will end, not knowing what will be with them, with their families and stuff, and their businesses, whatever. The challenges were in their life are now hanging in already for a year and a half. Like they don't know what will be next. So yeah. If something rings a bell in the practice, in simple words, a simple practical advice. If not, that's okay.
Yeah, I think I would like to explore more the question actually, because you said that the worst thing that they kind of think about is uncertainty itself.
Mm.
But For me, kind of understand it's just some kind of state of limbo. Limbo. It's like a state of hanging.
Yeah.
Hanging, and like in some way expecting something even worse.
Of course, because everyone's life is expecting something, and we are very dependent on planning and projecting and modeling the future every single moment, and also for the longer period of time, especially when people have careers and families, and and this constant physical threat.
Yeah. Because for me, there's a signal. Oh, there's something behind it.
Yeah.
Fear of something even worse.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's better to take care of the main thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, isn't it something to just go, okay, I don't want to talk about this worst thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you think that it could be different things?
It
For
could be,
everybody, like
maybe, but maybe there's a group of people. I'm sure in Korea may share some vision of something even worse than uncertainty. If there's uncertainty, probably can control something,
Mm-hmm.
and something can happen. But we don't want to think about. And this is So
I can share something that I was trying to kind of catch myself from my personal practice. I never was like I never had like a tool for that, and I understand that I developed what I use for some in some years. So I was trying to connect something that I have control, not to control, but something that gonna happen, like my breath, for example. So with that, as John comes and says, if it's not there, you're not there. You don't have to worry. But of course, suggesting that to someone who's like several weeks program, just learning basics of practice, how that can connect to their big fear, big problem. Because the concept of impermanence is not a simple one. We are walking around like zombies, expecting that we're going to live forever all the time, even though we all die. And so, yeah. So what I feel the missing is like kind of expansion of simple thing that you're aware of and in control of this flow. You're in control of this body in this moment and breath, and how to let people know that the other things are unfolding in some similar way. That's something I'm trying to discover here.
Yeah, thank you for this. Collecting, expectations, requirements, topics. Yeah, so I think what we can do to kind of help with this exploration. Yeah, the only thing I want to push here off. There's probably something else also. So if it comes to your mind that maybe something deeper, so we can also work on it.
Yeah.
So just let me know.
Okay. And if any of you,
I can share something that one time I accompanied Harada Roshi to death row prisoner, the prisoner who was going to be executed. The Roshi, through circumstances, had become this prisoner's spiritual advisor, which meant that the prisoner got to have one person present when he was going to be executed. So we went. It was in Arkansas, and we went. As it turned out, at the last minute, they extended in the United States legal system. But the prisoner asked the Roshi, he said, how should I deal with the anxiety that I have and am going to have as I approach the electric chair? Anyway, and the Roshi's advice to him was, the best thing you can do for anxiety is stay present. It's the best way to prepare for everything that will happen. Stay present. not easy to do, but it's simple advice. And if you're ever worried, anxious, he said, just try to stay present. That's the best way.
Yeah, just sort of building on what you're saying, it's hard not to feel the sort of, you were saying limbo, but just that there's a sense of free floating anxiety that is completely justified, within the frame of it shouldn't be this way, or that, just the scale of the challenges. And I certainly feel that myself with regard to what kind of world my grandchildren are going to grow up in. The number of things that, the war in Ukraine, the climate crisis, and on, the refugee crisis worldwide. So we know in some way, and we don't want to think about it or talk about it, but we know that it's going to be a rough, within the human world at least, it's going to be a rough time for the rest of the time we have, in that big sense. And so part of it for me is, I read somewhere recently that we're not afraid of the end of the world, we're afraid of the end of the world as we know it. And that's a huge shift, that the world as we know it is changing radically. There's no avoiding that. So how to get to, I see in my clearer moments, I see that the only refuge is the present moment. And I also see that I have way more moments that aren't in that clear place, where I get caught, I get pulled into the current of generalized anxiety and my own anxiety. So that's really important for me, is just the question. And it's more important since I'm now into my mid-70s. And I know that I don't have, anytime, any day could be my last day. If I died tomorrow, no one would say, oh, he died young. So dealing with my own mortality is wrapped up in those other questions. Where there isn't, if joy is possible, I need to find it. Sources of joy, sources of real presence. Now's the time I need to sort of seize those. And it's not so obvious or easy how. The Roshi does live from that place, I think, and yet it's one of the great paradoxes of working with the Roshi is you see that it's possible to live from that place, but it's really, you can't ever think your way there. You can't sort of, you can't get there by just striving. Something else. So that tension is very alive in me.
Okay, thank you. We don't have much time, so the best
I
thing.
would like to say something.
Yeah, the best thing is, I would like to say it in a moment. The best thing is always to come back to basics. Basics is body and breath. It's usually the best thing. the best tool to come to present. Most teachers at least give this instruction, and yeah, probably we'll talk about it a little more later. Just now, I wanted to collect this expectation.
I will just shortly say exactly why I'm here. So, while being at the last session, I was inspired and encouraged by Shohreh Roshi to come here. While being at the Sanzen individual meeting, at one of the first Sanzen during the session, he asked me to show him my practice. So I showed him my practice of being present, which I in some way established, and I can get to the presence just by being in the presence. It's connected to Shikantaza practice, which is the main and most basic practice, but it's practice that it's not used anymore because our minds are too complex. So we are not able to sit in full lotus position for longer hours and just without controlling your breath, being present. So although that being present is an ultimate goal, we don't have to together. So when I manifested being present, he immediately told, with that you cannot liberate other beings. With that, it will be hard to sit among bombs flying around you just in the center of the world. And going back from the Sanzen to the Zendo, I saw people struggling with different practices, trying to put their lives on the line. But for me, putting my life on the line, just being in the Zendo was not enough, comparing to the suffering that people in Ukraine are touched with. Your lives are really lives on the line. So you are really motivated and are capable to experience deeper state of mind. When Roshi came back from the Sanzen room, he was sitting in front of me. I was the Joko there, so one of the person who is leading the Zendo. And for the first time, when he went in, he started to breathe in a special manner that I could hear it. So he started to do something like that. And it was the simplest technique of calming mind, calming emotion, and becoming present in the moment of every breath. So I changed my practice and followed that practice. And at one point, a great suffering came to me during his station when he was telling about Ukrainian people. I was feeling like having the burden and real suffering and crying of all the people just in my throat. And by the technique that I was using before, in just sitting and observing, it was impossible to get rid of that real pain that was accumulating in my throat and causing my ears and my eyes to give tears. I was sitting in tears. So I reminded the situation from the last day, him sitting in front of me, and started just with the simple technique of exhaling on the A.
just by concentrating on that simple technique, all the tension, all tears, and all the pain that was in my throat has disappeared.
We don't have much time. Is there any other topic you would like to cover? If you're thinking about anything, in the meantime, while we're talking, let me know. I will try to do the next meeting more structured, more information. I would like to use also this experience here to notice something, some kind of tendency of our mind to gluing, to clinging to some topics, and it's when especially topic is very emotional, it kind of has the tendency to take over us, and we think, oh, this is the whole world. Yeah, so it's something worth observing. It's not that it's something wrong with just our nature. And it's something I believe this whole process is about. It's about freeing ourselves from being prisoner of this thought, of this state. Although very often they seem to be life and death matters. So sometimes it's worth just trying to cut through. And this practice we are using here is the practice to cut through them, to awake from this micro dreams we have had. So I would like to focus on next meetings on some kind of like basis of this practice. So come back to the body, and because this is the main tool. And also, this retreat is unusual because we talk way more than usually there are some workshops. So we'll figure how to also contain this process. I think I'll end right now because it's 1 minute after, and continue tomorrow.
There's somebody
Isn't there anyone? I'll go and check.
Now there will be your turn for end the sound. Would you like to change the setup of the sound?
We're going to do some qigong. So maybe we just push our mats back, and but we can wait a minute because I'll just briefly. And I think the segue, last thing you were saying about practices that get us back in the body. And so Valta and I both are involved, as you know, in mindfulness-based stress reduction work. And that is different from the Zen format in that there is a very explicit set of ways to work with the body, the body awareness, where it's often between the lines in Zen. Zen is a very physical discipline, for sure. But in my experience, the physicality isn't talked about much. And how to work with physical pain, for example, isn't talked about so much. If there is anyone who's joined the live stream, I'll say a couple of things also. We'll be doing some simple movement exercises, which you were actually, what you were doing was sort of Qigong, right? Yeah, yeah. So it's interesting how in the last few years, yoga and Qigong and other forms of movement meditation have found their way into not only secular mindfulness, but also traditional Buddhist. There are many Buddhist teachers now who use the same kind of language. So it's a natural kind of coming together that influences our understanding of what practice is about and how it works, I think. So none of this will, probably not much of this is new to you guys, but Jon Kabat-Zinn, our teacher, Jon Kabat-Zinn in mindfulness-based stress reduction, one of his most basic definitions of what mindfulness is. Now, mindfulness is drawn, as we work with it, is drawn from insight meditation, Vipassana, which is just one practice that comes to us through the Southeast Asian Theravadan form of Buddhism, very traditional form. And there's many other practices, but the mindfulness-based interventions tend to use that one practice. And the way he describes it is paying attention on purpose, in the present moment, non-judgmentally. So that's how he has boiled it down from the form that it came to us through Asian Buddhism. So I just want to spend a minute on that. What does that mean? Paying attention on purpose. So it's not random. It's not just, your attention goes just randomly wherever it goes, although that is part of, working with the mind. But paying attention on purpose is a choice that we need to cultivate as a skill, so that we learn to recognize more easily and quickly the sort of coping habits that we have, and the coping habits of the mind for avoiding the present moment, because so much about the present moment involves things that we find unpleasant. That certainly is a good reason to avoid the present moment in places like Ukraine, where we're just trying to cope. So there's a choice to bring attention, bring awareness to the present moment as it is. And then, so it's on purpose and choosing this. And then when I notice that the mind has been carried away, which it is very quickly, one notices that the mind is constantly carried away when we sit, right? So that's part of, it just becomes obvious that the mind wants to be somewhere else. The mind wants something else than what it has right now. And therefore, it sounds easy to be in the present moment, but it's actually not so easy. It's a skill. And then, so paying attention on purpose. So when I notice I'm caught in a past memory, pleasant or unpleasant, or future tripping, future, projections, pleasant or unpleasant, or just whatever. When I notice I'm not here, that noticing, that moment of noticing that I'm not here is a very, very powerful moment. Because then I'm no longer on automatic pilot in that moment. And so I may take a moment just to notice where I've gone. I'm stuck on that painful memory, or I'm stuck on my fear of the next air alert or bomb, or I'm daydreaming about something where I wish I was rather than here. That's a very powerful moment of noticing. So then we have the choice again in that moment to come back. And when coming back brings us back to something that is not so pleasant, say pain in the body or pain in the heart, the mind wants to say, no, I want to go there instead. I don't want to be here, I want to be there. So we have to sort of overrule the mind's own natural tendency to carry us away. So that's the choice. That's the choice point. And then the other very often challenging aspect of returning to the present moment is to do so without judgment, which is a habit of mind that's sort of built into. One hears a lot in MBSR about the negativity bias of the human brain, that we're just wired by hundreds of thousands, millions of years of evolution to be hyper vigilant, to be looking out for danger, right? To be sort of measuring ourselves against others around us. Are they dangerous? Am I safe here? Am I down here, or am I up here? So there's a natural tendency to look out for danger. That's, why we're here, why we got through. So our ancestors made it through because they were hypervigilant when there really were, lions and tigers and bears around the next corner, right? So to understand that that's not a bad thing, that we have this tendency to go to the negative, or to focus on what we don't like more than what we like. So that act of returning to the present moment, here we are. But without adding the judgment on top, that naturally, self-criticism, I screwed up, or just I don't like this, I don't want to come back here, I hate this pain, all the judgment just. And that's where the body is so important, because it's through the vehicle of the body that we return to the present moment, in the sense that the body, the heart that's beating, pumping blood, the air that we're, breathing in and out constantly, none of that is in the past or in the future. you know, the cells every moment taking oxygen, all this regulation, you know, the trillions of things going on in the body are always in this moment. And it's the mind that, you know, in some ways, I think an argument could be made that the only thing in all of nature that is not present is the human mind. You know, we have learned how to voyage across time in our minds, which is a powerful gift. Creativity, you know, looking, just all kinds of reasons why it's not a bad thing. But everything else in nature, including everything about our body, is always now. It can't be otherwise. So that's why the body is such an important part of the process of learning presence, of practicing presence. And Qigong, what the exercises I'm going to be doing, there's all kinds of, you know, yoga and walking meditation, movement, any activity can be a kind of movement meditation. When we're actually doing it while we're doing it, right? When we're actually pushing the grocery cart through the grocery store, when we're actually doing that, that can be, you know, a practice of presence. So the body, any moment of body awareness is a moment of presence by definition. You know, any moment that I am tending to sensations in the body consciously, whether they're pleasant or unpleasant or, you know, whatever it is, that's a moment of presence. And then, so, you know, I think that there's a lot we can learn in Zen and in traditional Buddhist forms and are learning from forms of body awareness practice that are incorporated certainly in mindfulness-based stress reduction. And also what happens in the body in present time when we become aware of emotions and how they land in the body. So again, pleasant or unpleasant, joy, anger, resentment, fear, anxiety, you know, any one of those. How does it, instead of just arguing with it, fighting with it, worrying about it, you know, getting wrapped up in the stories about it, where is it landing in this moment in my body, right? So that is a very powerful practice that the body helps us when we bring the mind and the body into the same place at the same time, even if just for a moment, that, you know, that's a moment of conscious awareness of what is happening now. And we can work with it then. You know, we can work with our pain when we're present to it non-judgmentally, even if just for a moment. Oh, this is how it is right now. There is this pain in my body. My knees are killing me right now. Or there is this ache in the heart. Or there is this fear, you know, and hypervigilance from what you guys are living through right now. In the moment of this moment being present to it, we can work with it, right? We can't work with it when we are lost in thoughts that are unconscious, you know, that are autopilot. We can't work with those. They carry us into the rapids. So we can get ourselves out of the rapids when we just sort of come to, right? Oh, here we are. This is how it is for me right now. This is how it is for us right now. What can I do in this moment to work with it? So I'd like to share a few minutes of some simple movement meditation, and I can stand here and I'll face that way, and you guys, all you need is room to move, with about this much space around you. Okay? And if we do have other folks with us today who are new to this, it's very important in movement practices like yoga, or qigong, to listen to your body so that you have permission, and you have permission always to not do a certain movement if there's injury or pain or it doesn't feel safe or comfortable. You're always free to just stand through that one or alter it so that it works for you. That's part of learning to listen to our body so that we don't injure ourselves. We were talking about your knees. And we all do things like that too, but where we're not listening and then we're pushing through too hard. So, and what I would also say, for the purposes of the circumstances here in Ukraine, where there is a lot of trauma and it's built up and it's sort of all around us, is that doing any kind of mindfulness practice can be uncomfortable, especially when we're first starting, when we are actually not trying to get away from our pain or distract ourselves constantly. So there's a way that I just want to give everyone permission to, if it feels uncomfortable or it doesn't feel safe for any reason, what we're doing, and we're going to have a guided sitting meditation afterwards, that you're free to get up and step out of the room. You don't have to notice when there is fear that feels, that doesn't feel comfortable, and give yourself permission to step away. And then over time, we can learn to stay with what is uncomfortable a little longer and a little longer. That's sort of the way the mindfulness-based stress reduction program works. So let's begin by, Valta is going to give the names of these exercises in Ukrainian. He's not going to translate everything I'm saying here, but the names of these exercises. And let's begin by just, if it's comfortable for you, standing and finding a place that feels safe and open, where you're not going to be interrupted. Turn off cell phones if that's possible for you, so that we can have a little bit of uninterrupted time. And take in a few moments. These Qigong practices come from China. It's sort of it's the source. A lot of the source of Tai Chi and martial arts comes from Qigong, but Qigong is older. So standing with your knees bent a little bit, arms just hanging really loosely at the sides. And if you want, maybe just shaking up and down a little bit, letting the body be loose. Okay. And then taking a moment to feel the whole body standing here. bringing awareness to the whole body standing here. Placing attention in the soles of the feet for a moment. So really feeling the connection between the feet and the floor. And perhaps taking a moment to feel the belly expanding and contracting as the breath naturally enters and leaves the body. The belly and the chest, noticing a slight expansion and contraction as the body is breathing. So I'm going to just share a few movements and follow along as best you can. The first one is called mist rising from the lake.
Туман піднімається з озера.
So just allowing the arms to float up in front of the body to about shoulder height, and then flowing down just like mist does on the water on a cool morning. And if you like, aligning the movement with your breathing. So with the in-breath, floating the arms up. With the out-breath, floating the arms down. We'll do that one more time. Mist rising from the lake. And in the moment of pause between exercises, using that moment also to return attention to the body standing here. And if there's tightness or tension in some part of the body that you notice, seeing if it can soften, relax around that tightness and just let it sort of drain out, fall out of the body. This next one is called opening the heart at the top of the mountain.
Відкриття серця на вершині гори.
And just letting the arms rise up, shoulder height, and then spreading wide. And then palms toward each other, coming back in. Palms facing down. Opening the heart at the top of the mountain. One more time. The next one is called parting the clouds.
Розвертаючи хмари.
And bending down as far as it's comfortable for you, bringing the hands up above the head, and then dropping the arms down to the sides, as if dividing the clouds, opening the sky. And in breath with the upward movement, out breath The hands come down. We'll do one more, parting the clouds. And as we notice the mind getting pulled away as it continually will do, just what we come back to now is the body standing here, maybe back to the soles of the feet, back to feeling ourselves standing here. Next one is called casting the rainbow.
Наливаючи веселку або розливаючи веселку.
Drawing the arms into an arc to one side, gazing into the palm of the hand, gently holding this stretch for a moment, breath or two, casting the rainbow the other way. We'll do that once more each way, casting the rainbow. And again. And drawing the arms back down to the sides. Next one is called dropping the stone from the heart.
Скидаючи каміння з серця.
So forming a fist with your right hand and just with the fist gently tapping the chest a few times and then just allowing the arm to fall with the weight of gravity. So dropping the stone from the heart, whatever feels heavy in this moment, noticing what that is, what that heaviness is, and just for now, seeing if we can let it drop away. One more time, dropping the stone from the heart. This one is called flying the wild goose.
Політ дикого гусака. Політ дикого гусака.
So, drawing the arms up and then gliding with the arms, with the wings down. Flying the wild goose. And one more time. Gathering the aroma of the earth. gathering the fragrance of the earth.
збираючи аромати землі.
Again, you might experiment with breathing in with the upward movement, big in breath. Nice, slow out breath with the downward movement. And once more. Gathering the energy from the heavens.
Збирає енергію з небес.
Drawing the arms up and then drawing the hands down just off the face and torso, a little bit away from the body. And we'll do that one more time. Gathering the energy from the heavens. Gathering the energy from the ocean.
Збирає енергію з океану.
Stepping forward with one foot, and again, if it's comfortable for you, bending down as if scooping some water from the ocean overhead, and then drawing the arms down. The other foot forward. And once more the other way. Riding the waves.
Гойдаючись на хвилях.
So, stepping forward and just rocking back and forth, heel and toe. Once more. This foot and then changing to the other foot forward. Riding the waves. Once more forward. And before we do our closing movement, taking a moment now, maybe to place your hands on the heart and the belly. Notice how it is in your body now. Noticing if there's been any kind of shift in how the body feels from when we started these movements until now, any settling or not. And one more time, taking a moment to notice and release any tension that may have snuck back into the body. Tightness in the belly or the chest, shoulders, neck, wherever you feel tightness. Seeing if you can just let it go. And then closing with embracing the tiger, coming home to the mountain.
Огортаючи тигра, повертаючогося нагору.
So embracing the tiger, coming home to the mountain. What happens if we embrace what scares us rather than fighting it or fleeing from it? And then coming home to the mountain, stable, solid. Once more, embracing the tiger, coming home to the mountain. Well, go ahead and bring 20 minutes left. Okay, so we'll come back and bring our seats and we'll take our seats. So we're going to do a fairly short guided sitting practice now. If you're watching this from your home, again, finding a place that feels open where you won't be interrupted. I think, if this is new for you sitting, then just sitting in a chair. If you have a practice and like to sit on the floor, then you can sit on the floor with a cushion under your rear. And so as best you can, follow my instructions. And as I said before, sitting can be, even for a short time, if we are feeling generally, if there's a lot of trauma that we have in our lives, sitting even for a short time can be challenging, because then you don't get to choose what knocks on the door of your awareness, and you don't necessarily get to get up and leave. But for now, I want to invite anyone to, if you need to, just stop the practice and get up and leave, if it doesn't feel safe for you. So it's very important that we feel safe when we do a practice like this. And that means that we're in a place where we don't feel that we are exposed, or where there's a risk or danger. And it also can help when we're just beginning, and being here in Ukraine, especially in a situation like you are in Ukraine, it might be a good idea to keep your eyes open and to really be aware of the space that you're in. And maybe particularly to be aware of your hands and your feet. So if there's some anxious thought that is coming in, to kind of look and remind yourself that in this moment, you're safe. In this moment, you're safe. And to bring yourself back into the room, feeling your feet on the floor, feeling the hands resting, or hands can be resting on the knees, or just gently clasped on the waist. And as we did with Qigong, taking a moment to feel the body just sitting here. The body as a whole. So often we're so wrapped up in our thoughts, and our thoughts are moving so fast that it takes a moment to bring that awareness down into the body. See if we just for now can let go of the spinning mind, or even if we can't let go of it, to drop under it a little bit, sort of like one can dive down below the surface of a lake that has big waves and wind on it, and you drop down just a few feet under the water, and it's calm there. It's always calm. So in the mind's eye, bringing ourselves down under the surface of the lake to a calm place. And then if it's possible for you, see if you can find the breath in the body. Find where you can feel the breath actually entering and leaving the body. Wherever that feels most prominent. Perhaps it's in the belly with the expansion, contraction with each breath, feeling that. Or the chest with the rise and fall of the diaphragm. Or perhaps it's placing awareness in front of the nose, the nostrils, and feeling the cool flow of air coming in, the warm, moist air flowing out. Well, let's take a few breaths. Let's see if we can keep our attention on the felt sense of the body breathing. And as we did before, taking a moment to scan the body with awareness and noticing any tight places, stuck tight places, and seeing if we can just sort of open and release. Open and allow the tightness to just release. And noticing the tendency of the mind to run away someplace, to carry us into the past or into the future. And with that noticing, just choosing to bring the attention back to the body sitting here. That's what we can come back to, the body sitting here in this moment. The room we're in this moment. The people we're with in this moment. And if there are uncomfortable thoughts or feelings knocking on the door of awareness or carrying us away, allowing it to be that way just now, but perhaps in that spirit of embracing the tiger, seeing if we can make a place for that uncomfortable thought or feeling without trying to push it away. Just making a place for it. Because all human beings experience uncomfortable feelings and thoughts. So learning how to make friends, I think mindfulness practice is all about learning to make friends with bigger and bigger parts of our lives so that we can push back the fences that bind us in. Grow the amount of territory that we can inhabit. Pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. Making friends with our lives, just as they are right now. And then taking a moment, as we'll just close this brief sitting practice, but taking a moment once again to check in with yourself. Open your eyes, look around, notice the, how it is with the heart right now. And notice how it is with the body right now. Allowing it to be what it is, not trying to change it or force it to be something else, but just allowing, opening and allowing. This is how it is right now. And then thanking yourself for having the courage to take these few minutes to sit with your experience in this way, because it takes some courage. It does take some courage. So thank you, and perhaps just for a few minutes here with our little group, what are some things you are noticing now? What did you notice about either the movement practice or the sitting the way we did it either was a surprise or new or interesting or annoying? Or just, what did you notice? We'll just open it for just a couple of minutes.
The dominant sensation for me was tired
Tired, yeah.
and just not to fall asleep.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's very hard to stay present
Yes.
anywhere.
Yeah.
And sleep somehow takes me out of my body.
I heard someone say 15 years of psychotherapy, and it turns out all I needed was a good night's sleep. Sometimes, if we fall asleep when we're sitting, our bodies are telling us we're tired. And that's listening to the body, right? To notice I'm tired. And then respond into that awareness, however it seems useful. Anything else that you noticed from those practices, the way we did them just now?
The dynamic practices that you showed us are quite similar to dynamic leg stretching that I'm doing.
Uh-huh.
I'm doing it in sitting position, sometimes in standing position, and I'm also just adding the breath holding and full leg breath holding. But it seems that even though I was learned them by a point of view of biological benefits from my body, it seems that when you teach them in a way that you teach them, more also like working with your inner self, with your inner being, all this sensation of exploring your feeling of inner mountain, so your stability and your white power, and also this tiger which is always moving and always trying to dominate other animals and always trying to catch something, and there is the force, it's forceful. It seems like they both from my practice, from my point of view and from your point of view, direct us to the same thing, which is just being present here and now in a body that doesn't, and mind that doesn't hurt. Like going back to natural state of being.
Anything else before we close this session and take a little break?
I wanted to add really shortly. We just started, and it kicked in from my experience. Like my whole body, like got my attention. I felt like home because of the rhetorics,
Mm-hmm.
because of familiarity,
Right.
and the care. The MBSR particularly is given to practitioners.
Yeah.
Which is I'm advocating to anybody, no matter what school, what should know MBSR to take care of themselves.
Yeah.
And I realized that for a long time I took it for granted, feeling so safe and covered in this caring space of mindfulness, especially MBSR particularly. So thank you for.
Yeah, and I think that that's such a core part of working in this way, sort of outside of the Buddhist frame, is the creation of a sense of safety. Because it's very, very hard to practice if you don't feel safe. And we have to learn to feel safe too. So it's not just, and what we just did does feel very strange and sometimes threatening at first for people who've never done any kind of practice. So starting really short and that was actually long for an MBSR class. In the first couple, you might just do it very short. So you have to work your way into
Like tip of the toe.
yeah. So in that way, it's very different from something like Zen, where you're sort of thrown in the water, and you sink or you swim. But it provides a way in for many, many more people. And then some of them might find their way to Zen or to a more big. But anyway, thank you for allowing me to do that.
The plan for next hour is questions and answers and matcha. The questions and answers will be moderated and guided by Tokyo. And I don't know, are there people watching us? If there is possibility to give the questions on the side panel of YouTube transmission. So let's have 5 minutes of break and then we will meet here. You can start the question and answers and I will just come here and prepare tea for each other. One more thing, who does reflect for matcha?
Okay, I'll get it.
Well, this matcha is
Pure pressure.
it's quite nice in taste. It's not intensive. I will do anyway.
Seven
Yeah, 7 people.
during the last hour, or just in all total?
That is a total
Uh-huh.
for since Joka.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Feel a little cold to you, or you like that? You feel cold, or do you like that?
Oh, it feels a little cold, yeah.
Just a little bit warmer. Cold on the feet, but I love
This was a good idea that there would be some people, and some people watch it. And then think, yeah.
Marcia, do you understand the English that we speak?
Maybe we can make an announcement. I mean, there, this hour was supposed to be, for anyone who may be watching, this hour was supposed to be when I was going to be doing something, and I did it an hour ago. So I did some mindful movement about an hour ago. And on future days, that would be the time that I would do my movement meditation. So Sorry for any confusion.
So to be clear in communication, the MBSR workshops will be starting an hour earlier than the time now. And now we are starting the open panel for question and answers, so that you can give any question and we will try to answer for your questions. So if there are any questions, please write it on a chat panel.
Where do you get your matcha?
I got it from Waco. But usually we are Shoel is sending me from time to time some bags of matcha, and we are using it quite a lot because we are doing our matcha sitting before our zazen on Sunday, and it seems like a very nice ceremony because we got time to share just and express about our personal lives, and this way of expressing is limited by time because in a half an hour we are going for zazen, so it's not prolonged to 2 hours. And also matcha is one of the things that makes us more fresh for zazen. It helps with our sleepiness. And Kurt, how long are you MBSR teacher, and how did you get interested in MBSR? Could you tell us?
Sure. I started my training about 20 years ago. John Kevzin signed up for one of my kayaking retreats in Alaska. And I already knew about him. I knew who he was. I sort of met him very briefly once. And then I wasn't planning to train to do MBSR, but he encouraged me to do it. And so I got started and really loved the process. And then what actually got me going teaching was that a doctor from the Veterans Administration Hospital in Seattle came on one of my trips in Alaska. So Alaska sort of was the launching pad for so many things that I've ended up doing. And he invited me to help him start an MBSR program at the hospital for veterans in Seattle. It was maybe 2006. So I did that for 12 years or so, and then teaching other places.
So does United States has got established governmental program for veterans?
This was the first one in the country, I think, but there are several now.
It's usually like different personal initiatives. It's not like a scale program. Is it like a scale program from government or some NGOs? Or?
Yeah, they didn't have to pay for it. got grants actually, to pay for it, and then did research also. So the veterans would be interviewed before and after, and like 6 months later. So we got some really good data that showed that it really, was a very positive intervention for the veterans. Equal to or better than most other programs that they had. So that, and then that was right after the Iraq War. So there were lots of veterans with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and a lot of veteran suicides as well. So the military organizations were much more willing to try some new things because the problem is so big.
That's what we have to do now on a large scale.
Oh boy.
What do you do with the MBSR Malta?
Me
Yeah.
personally,
Yeah.
I teach people occasionally from 16 March of 2022, on the second month of invasion. I launched open sessions on Zoom for people to join. It was a mixture of just a support group, but I was proposing people not in a form of education or a program, because it was chaotic. People were joining, then you never see them back. Someone comes from time to time, so you cannot sustain a program. And also at that time it wasn't clear what should we do, what we shouldn't do, because the stress and trauma on such a scale haven't been seen in a while, and this knowledge wasn't there at that moment. So, group was very diverse. Some people were in refuge, they flee the country. Someone was inside the country. Someone was in safer places. Some less safe places. And
Doing it online.
it was on Zoom, yeah, because actually most of the stuff happens now on Zoom. Almost people don't discuss, like seeing each other. It's even hard, not only for the safety reasons, but also people split up in different cities, and also people prefer to save time for something else. I'm not talking only about mindfulness or whatever initiatives. All the courses, all the webinars, everything is it works. During pandemic, we saw that it works. It is possible. I learned in BSR online. So I was conducting these meetings, and some people kept coming, and it was a mixture of talks, sharing, and organizing a safe space, and learning basic mindfulness practice, like body scan, mindful breathing, safe space practice, loving kindness, basic stuff, like not inviting people to love the enemy or something. And at that time, the work of Canadian American author and researcher David Treleaven became very helpful. He shared with the Ukrainian trainers and teachers his course on trauma-sensitive mindfulness, how to modify the practice, and how to consider various reactions and possible situations that can you might meet that you could never expect. And I guess nobody's who is teaching now is like everyone is informed. I guess I hope because we did everything possible to invite people to them. And yeah, and just recently I took a break making these online sessions and invited people to those who keep joining for a six weeks program. Also, I was teaching, and they were very excited about that because now I don't have to teach them basics. Like for I can in 6 weeks I can already go through them. And just recently I did a course to psychologists working on the hotline for military for personnel and their families. Those are psychologists from the hotline, and it was for their personal use. And I'm now studying MBAT program. It's work by American neuroscientist Amisha Jha from her lab and mindfulness teacher Scott Rogers. Mindfulness-based attention training. It's a program mostly for rescues, defenders, and paramedics. And I want to bring it to Ukrainian defenders. So this is what
Do you think that mindfulness has enough? There's enough awareness of it in Ukraine at this point?
Not at all. Not at all. We are just on the, at the door.
Right.
We didn't have Ukraine didn't have this kind of fusion wave in history back in history like many countries had. We didn't have psychedelic revolution. We didn't have a lot of information. It wasn't in books weren't translated. We don't have figures like Ram Dass or Alan Watts even mentioning something like that. Words like Zen exist in an anecdotal and mimified context. People call cafe bars Zen. No idea. But mindfulness became a little bit recognized, but very narrow group of people, narrow audience. But what is great to see that younger people, they don't have prejudices about that. Right. I didn't have a single situation when I had to explain that it's not some mumbo jumbo. Yeah, and even bringing quotes from Buddhism and Zen teachers was not, if it makes sense, if it's connected to practical knowledge and people have effect, they're very welcome.
And Kurt, in United States, was there any conclusion about MBSR in helping the veterans?
Yes.
Could you tell something about that?
Well, I wasn't involved in the research. I was teaching the classes, but the doctor there who started the program put together a really top-notch research team and got good grants so that his research on MBSR and post-traumatic stress disorder, there was another on Gulf War syndrome, which was an illness that people came out of the Gulf War with. They back in 1990, and other things, and then we even did a study on loving kindness meditation. It was, started leading loving kindness groups. Are you familiar with the loving kindness?
No.
So, so mindfulness, the way we talk about it, is one form of practice, but there's several others that come from the same tradition in Thailand and Burma, where we got mindfulness from. And one of them is called loving kindness meditation. So when you're doing mindfulness, you're just sitting with whatever arises. You're just sitting with noticing thoughts, noticing feelings, growing your ability to stay with present moment experience and working with destructive emotions, difficult emotions, painful memories, all of that. So, but you're not trying to change it or fix it or do anything except just be present to it. And then loving kindness meditation is a process where you are active. You're sending wishes for well-being outward, first of all toward yourself, and then toward someone who is a benefactor, someone who you feel really good about, sending love, and then someone that you feel neither positive nor negative, just somebody who you might know but you don't have any feelings about in one way or the other, sending loving kindness, and then people who you find difficult, and ultimately people who you despise or hate, learning how to bring forward wishes of well-being based on that we're all doing the best we can, and we're all very imperfect, and that kind of thing. So I think that's one of the things about the mindfulness movement that is a little problematic now, is that you can only sit for so long with things, and sooner or later you have to do something, like what we're doing here, the call to actively engage from a place of compassionate heart, with and that's a whole different set of skills. So I think that's it's an interesting part of it, but we were working with that as well, loving kindness meditation. And also got very good results in terms of the research.
I can only add that the great vow, master, loving kindness is a very important practice. Especially Metta Sutta based, and it's we're all very affected by loving kindness. We have the whole sessions where loving kindness is the main theme.
Yeah. So you use phrases, and it can be, but you use simple phrases like, if I was doing it toward you, and I would say, may you, in my mind, heart mind, I would be, may you be safe, may you be happy, may you be healthy, may you be free, something like that, or may you be free from distress and the causes of distress. And I think that is something that I've been thinking about this in terms of the tragedy of this war in Russia. Obviously, the Russian military and Putin are, committing a terrible human rights terrible act, but the Russian army, most of them, they don't have any choice or don't feel they have any choice, and they're being slaughtered. So trying to keep the heart open, and it's not just the good guys against the bad guys, but in some way, that's harder to do. I absolutely know that Ukraine has, in my mind, Ukraine has to win this war, and that Ukraine is the victim of a genocidal war right now. And in all these wars, nobody is the winner in a certain way, and the PTSD in Russia is going to be horrible as well. The Dalai Lama was asked once how he could possibly feel any compassion for the Chinese, and he said, my heart breaks for them. They are making such bad karma for themselves. There's a way of looking at it. Loving kindness is a difficult practice.
Kakushin, could you check if there are any questions from the audience? And you may also ask, do they hear us well, or do we need to take the microphone next time?
There are no questions.
Meditation question. We have our meditation period, but I'm sure you're okay with me asking a meditation question.
Yeah.
And for anybody, it's sort of a controversial way to look at this, but if you sit and you have tension because you're focused on your breath, you're focused on trying to be present. I mean, you find yourself tense. What do people think about the technique of deliberately distracting yourself? Like thinking of my favorite movie, or thinking of what are my relatives having for dinner, as a way to relax oneself. I'm sure it's a slippery slope. You don't want to indulge, but what do you think of that technique as a way to relax?
The technique of the concentration of attention is one of the most important techniques in Zen, but it was never called like the concentration of attention. It was always called absorption of many things. So it is the other side of samadhi, which is mostly developed by one-pointed concentration. And through the stages of development of your one-pointed concentration, when you steadily build your center, you don't have to anymore to concentrate in one-pointedness, because you constantly are built up with the joriki energy of your tandem. And then what you call even the distraction becomes just completely movement and natural way of your being. So sometimes I use this technique, and especially it's very good technique for children. I was testing it with my son, who is too fragile in psyche and doesn't have strong ego, that wants to get rid of his ego. He's a natural being because he's still very young, very open, and do not have too much sins, and do not regret really anything. He's just going from moment to moment in natural state of being a happy child, which is taken care by parents, which can take the world as it is, mostly because he's not suffering. So, as he couldn't develop one-pointed concentration on any practice, I discovered that I will build a base for him to have a point of standing, and I was giving him a grain of rice or something small that he could always feel in between his fingers. But at the same time, I told him to become things. So he was distracting himself by watching at some things, and with that attention of looking at things as a phenomena as they are, he was waking him up by the visual sense. And after 8 seconds, which is quite natural way of length of our concentration, he was moving to another object. And he was moving to another object. And then he was moving to another object. And in that way, he could practice the session with me, some rounds of the session. But the concentration methods was really the most easiest way to get back to present moment and to natural flow of mind.
Yeah, that's, well, I'm curious how you answer that for yourself.
I experiment with it. I've been, because I find so far, if we've only been here one day, I feel a lot of tension in the body. I use different techniques to try to, but none have been really successful yet.
There is this method is called really the concentration of attention, and it was not developed, but it was explored by Natalia Molchanova in freediving training. And in most simple way, while doing freediving activity, especially static breath holding or just swimming in a pool, not deep diving, but just swimming to the length in a pool, you are really suffocating a lot. Because practically what you are doing, you are going against your nature, so you are suffocating. And you must push your suffocation to the moment that you completely use the oxygen to have better performance. So you must learn yourself how to deal with that. And the easiest way is the deconcentration of attention method. And there are similar ways how to do it. First of all, if you will just sit and look in front of you, you may first look at some point on the floor and notice that point and stay a little while with it. Then try to add to this another thing that you will see, but without moving your eyes. And then you are noticing 2 things at once. You can even speak in your head, like, oh, I see this spot. Now I also see the candle. Now I also see Walter. And in that way, you may try to keep your attention focused, not concentrated, but deconcentrated. And because, just look, if you are even speaking about the deconcentration, you are adding to it a negative thought. But just think how much you are concentrated when you just turn on the movie in your head and you are forgetting your body completely. So our mind does not divide word into concentration or deconcentration. It's only because we are always present. We are even being distracted. We are present in our mind. Everything is our mind. Even our thoughts are our mind. Even our emotions are our mind. The thing is how to find the way to, for example, take off attention of something that is hurting us into attention of something else. And I think that most Zen practices are about that. First of all, you are just sitting your body and you've got all these habits of adding many thoughts. So you cannot find your center, but then this habit is taken over by another habit taken from your teacher as a practice. And when the practice is developed and you recognize that no matter you are sleeping or not you are sleeping, you are running or you are sitting immovable, there is always this thing that watches, that sees, that is constantly present. But you cannot point it, you cannot name it, you cannot really find it. It becomes something which manifests in every object. And in that way, you may find this and practice and cultivate this always coming back to this deep inner peace.
I need to ask you, because I'm not sure what is their situation exactly, because there are, I think, two possibilities. The first possibility that you feel that just by concentrating on the breath, the tension is rising because you're concentrating on the breath, and this causes the rise of the tension.
That's a good description.
The second one is that when you concentrate the breath, on the breath, the tension is being discovered. The tension is there, but it becomes more visible and more uncomfortable. So I don't know which case is it.
My feeling is the first. I mean, it's possible it's the second, but yeah, I'm not conscious of the tension that I feel sitting when I'm, doing something else.
So I think that sometimes when I know it from yoga, when I force breathing, and especially when my diaphragm is tense, there is some kind of tension happening, and usually it's around the head. And so usually in yoga at the moment is advised just to go back to normal breathing. Yoga is a different thing. Another thing is, at Great Vow, people are advised not only to focus on breath, but choose other objects. And the other object for many people is sound. So they choose to just hear sounds, and this is their concentration object. So maybe you are experimenting, so you can try to change the object.
Right, I like that.
And maybe that's.
I wanted to add to this. This is actually pretty well collected in the work of this Canadian author and researcher David Trevelyan, underground trauma-sensitive mindfulness, because he was researching people having different complications in the practice, in different traditions, in different groups, and changing the anchor of attention was one of the suggestions, but also opening your eyes and focusing visually. Because these are different types of consciousness, conscious mechanism, and it's all about all these. Most of these tensions we're experiencing are connected to the body experiencing unsafety. So it's like, to put it shortly, body is unsafe. This is the reaction. Why we not always can find out, but and changing the type of attention can affect this feeling of safety. So opening your eyes, making short breaks, even touch, which is traditionally, I don't know, in Zen, in the Vipassana, no one ever suggests you that. But some people will feel uncomfortable with touching themselves, feeling the ground. And also one thing I think was helpful for me, and this is from BSR, we learn different types of paying attention. What is also, I wanted to add and forgot when Kurt said about definition of mindfulness by John Kabat-Zinn, but later also he adds in some formulations paying attention in particular way. So, which means that we don't have one only way how to pay attention. So we have different types of attention, and this is work of Amisha Jha that I work with now, researching types of attention. So in BSR training or mindfulness training, we know that we have focused attention, like put the breath somewhere, but also you can spread attention to the whole way of the breath. And then you can spread it, expand it to the whole body, and feel the whole body all at once, with all the sensations manifesting. And from that type of, it's trainable. You need to train it. Because if you train only focused attention, then when you expand your attention tends to jump from one, like trying to, Amisha Jha called it flashlight. Like two types of attention, flashlight and fluid light. Like now we have like this, and in the dark room, it's only a flashlight with the pointed out. So instead of jumping from one, which can bring more anxiety, which can bring more tension, it feels like more effort. We train to be present with different sensations, and this is like periphery vision. So you can focus, like Sagan said, you can focus on something, but also you can relax and be aware of the whole visual field. The same when we close our eyes, we can be focused on the breath, the sensation, the sound, but also we can expand to all the things. And for me, it was helpful learning this. At some points, I switched to that, and it doesn't feel like an effort.
It may just be that you don't need to do that much sitting. I mean, you spent 10 years in the monastery and you didn't sit much after that. But Zazen, I wonder about that for myself as well.
There's lots of good suggestions.
And so one thing I noticed some tension about is kind of going forward from here. One of the things we didn't know and couldn't predict and still can't predict is, whether a bunch of people would be coming and a bunch of people online. And sort of goes back to our early conversations when we decided, just you and me, Simon, that we would come if it was just the two of us. And I'm thinking that I might want to return to that because I've noticed quite a bit of anxiety around trying to set everything up for all the people who might come. But, we weren't able to advertise it much. Maybe some people will come, but I would like, I think that we set up a lot of time for talking and inquiry and so forth, assuming that there would be people other than us here. So I'm noticing that it might be nice to have a little more zazen.
Will be in 10 minutes.
But I mean, maybe we dial back how much time we're doing in the group process.
I think that this exchange is also an important thing. This retreat is really extraordinary for me because I can allow myself to go to retreat when I cannot speak, and it's especially Zen retreat guided by a teacher. And what I was always missing is it was this personal relations to other practitioners, because it was really what kept me on practicing for all those years. My personal relation to Showa, to Roshi, and to a few other people among the 100-man Sangha. So being here with you and talking with you and exchanging about most profound experiences of mine that I had through these years is of most important thing. And those two men, young men that are here, they are over any of my expectations. So if there will be just one of them here, I wouldn't never regret to come.
No, no, I'm not saying that. But, yeah.
I also think that it's quite important to use this situation to even make that recording, because I think it may be a recording that I think that I will be returning to. Especially that every day I'm learning so much from each of you, and I'm just eager to spend another day of session with you.
I wanted to add and connect with what you said, Kurt. And I'm revisioning myself, trying to do it all the time. As I said previously, when I had work, I had this tendency to talk about and what I'm learning through mindfulness and hopefully then to perceive world not through talking, but talking and communicating is very important, especially now. So I have this, I feel this tendency. Whenever is the opportunity, I will speak. But it would be great if we or you could discuss and find the balance, the more practice as possible, and then the space that we understand that this is the space to talk. Maybe today was experimental, and we talked a lot. For me personally, just for myself, it would be like more silence, more practice. But then there's space every day that we have a more relaxed conversation like this one. But to know that it's kind of container that it's going to happen, so I don't have to use other opportunities to talk. Something like this.
If I can add something to this, yeah, there's a concept in Buddhism called mindful speaking, and also is another concept called, one of them is like idle speaking too. And yeah, I think I can add this to the list of for the introduction, and maybe it will also help us. Because for me personally, necessity of speaking is not such a big deal. More, we are also learning each other, our capability of making the speaking meaningful, and because it's very easy to jump from topic to topic, and coming back to the intention. Also, all these blogs, they have their intention and structure, and just holding to this, yeah, that's difficult, yeah. So, but it's also what we are doing here. We can also try to learn this. So sometimes it has to be messy. So there's also the opportunity.
So 5 minutes of break and we will meet for golden hour.
I appreciate about my work with She's on is mountain city. You don't have to want to say. For several years, I mean, so, but, and she basically just saying, you don't need to sit. You know, it's in your life now. You know, the whole point of all the city is to get
Yeah.
And I take that seriously. You know, I'm dipping in here and noticing that it feels good sometimes, some of the time anyway, to have a flow with Zazen like we did last week. I felt it.
Yeah, no, that was interesting. You said maybe it's totally it. Yeah. It's good. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have. Good thoughts.
And the second day probably is the hardest for me too. Anyway.
Is there a traditional name for this not moving practice?
What's for?
What's the traditional name? Is there a traditional name for this not moving practice?
Zazen?
You know, when
Golden hour.
like,
Yeah, like because it's usually when there is the sunset.
mm,
So and it's called also in Japanese it's called the golden
in the
hour. The Japanese name is
visual translation.
yeah. I will check for you. Why I will pretend I will tell you the Japanese. Junkai. Junkai.
Junaki.
Junkai. It's the golden hour in Japanese.
June, Georgia. Let me think what the, maybe they always call it golden hour. Even it's-
Next is